Hello, friends. Hello. Who is more excited for Of the Devil? Guru is! Pretty sure I do, because I am also. I'm trying to set up a poll. Oh, and so you did. You learned a thing. There you go. How are you both doing tonight? There it is decided. Guru is the most excited. Give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna Set up alert command. Actually, before I do that, let me try something. I have not done that yet. Alert. Let's try that. You're pretty miserable, but you got a lot done today and I'm ready for the stream. I'm sorry that you're pretty miserable, though. I'm just testing something out real quick. Hey! There we go, it works. I'm doing okay. I stayed quite late at work today. And I've got more long hours tomorrow. Yippee. But we get through it and we don't burn ourselves out. That's what's important. I got my tea. I had some snacky dinner. It was great. Akemi is going to lurk and stream, so I guess Chad is going to entertain themselves. I don't think anyone ever used the unlurk function, so I'm just not gonna make one. It's fine. Let's go get some of the devil started! Shall we? Morgan and Sarah will do the entertaining, this is true. So where did we leave off? We had a trial? We had part of a trial. That was very suddenly interrupted. By an assailant who was shot down before they could shoot anyone. I'm assuming shot in the leg, I think, or the arm. Somewhere non-vital, I would assume. And we are wanting to put the trial on pause, gather some intel, gather some more information, and then get back to it. I think that about sums it up. Alrighty. Oh, one thing I wanted to... Oh, it's fine. Still assuming we don't necessarily know who the target was. No. It was... Let's see. We know that our client thought it might... Like they thought they wanted to protect Sarah. So it might have been towards them. But then London was the one who got them, and London was next to Morgan. The jerky cop shouted out some very compromising info about our defendant. Indeed! Called him the Hound. Rustled some feathers. I thought the target was Sosuke. We assume because of what was all riled up, but I don't know if we actually... Well, what did the perp say? What did he yell? Because he yelled something which might be more indicative of aiming a target at someone. Probably was intended for Sosuke, but I don't think they ever actually... I mean, I don't think they've been able to question him. What if Morgan was the target? Entirely possible. I don't know what was shouted by the dude. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan. Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Acadia really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put two and two together? Maybe I would, if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room, with the crowd moving around him? Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. It would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Oh. Did you know? No, but I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. but you recognized him. Took a little spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Preston had been in the courtroom all day? That's his name? Okay. How long had he waited to take a shot? Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flesh extremities. He was high as a drone. Oh god. Probably metahexphenolin, considering how well the Blue Bloods had done pushing it. Metahex... Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. Guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses... A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. Took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. Jesus. He broke 4 teeth. And he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. What the hell does that drug do? Good lord. Ugh. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharma megs and dispensers of the world will step in to reap the rewards. And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The gray tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like science? Yep. Some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs, pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? That's competition, and name recognition, and locale, and real estate, and... Basically, they can't afford it. Party drug or T-virus, says Guru. What's T-virus? Buy-in's too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable folks like the... Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Icaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was this meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Resident Evil reference. Ah, fair. The name seemed familiar, but I wasn't entirely sure. It's funny because Ares is actually playing Resident Evil right now. Guru mentioned T-virus, and I couldn't remember what it was from. Ares gave you a thumbs up, Guru. What? Oh my god, no! Jesus. Hey, what you said back there in court about Prop 492? Ooh, which game? Ares is playing Village, Resident Evil Village. I think he's on his, like, 5th run? Like 5-ish. He's, trying to platinum it? Yeah, he's trying to platinum it. Get all the trophies and things. Ooh, that's a good one, says Guru. I do enjoy it. I've seen, and now at least 2 playthroughs because I watched Ares play it. I didn't even know the DLC was a thing, but now I know. You really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. Is Ares excited for the trailer for RE9? Didn't the trailer already come out? Wasn't there a trailer in existence? Or do you mean is there a new trailer coming out? Ah, shit, I missed that line. The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter. Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. Woof. Never mind. Never mind, I guess he did die. I thought they missed a vital organ or something. I think there's another one coming out this week or something. Ah. I know Ares doesn't, like... What, is it, like... Ares will try to avoid trailers for certain things just because they want to experience the game as is, but I mean, with Resident Evil, it's hard to not see it. So if he sees it, it's, you know, it's whatever. But he will probably not go out of his way to watch a trailer. Or you're thinking of the Silent Hill movie. Is there a Silent Hill movie being made? Yeah. Oh shit! It's been a hot minute. Now I've seen 2 of them. Out of, I guess, a possible 3. That's pretty cool. Apparently that trailer's coming out soon. So don't tell Aries about punching more boulders. He gave a thumbs up. Oh, Chris. Oh, Chris. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these blue buds are alive. He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. Okay, so Sosuke was the target. Neat. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him, that's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be in forces for blue blood leadership. Hello, human. I do not. Indeed. You're not a boot or a bot, Corwin. Indeed, you're not. I don't know. I love your content, so I followed you. Let's be both your friend and your fan, if you don't mind. See? Bots don't make types. Don't you mean boots? Hold on, let me check something real quick. If it will load. Yeah, he didn't follow me. You're good. You can ban him. I just checked my list of followers and I didn't see him, and I'm like, nope. But the Bresson family is known to be in forces for blue blood leadership. Yeah, there you go. So it's the old guard who want you dead. So it's Crappy Bot too. Yeah. Does that make the Youngbloods an enemy of the enemy? Doesn't even do what it says. I know, right? Didn't you tell me Creek was a Youngblood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. It's not working on your end? Oh, no worries. If it's giving you trouble, I can always, ban them. God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to discard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. Might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. Or we can finally give me the power. I actually keep meaning to ask if you want to be a mod. I just keep forgetting. You know what? Can I do that right now? I think I gotta go into the back end. Oh wait, mod. Mod? Hey! There you go, Corin. Who are they after? What are they after? The power! The power! Why are you at the top of the blue blood shit list? Is it because of... It's because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about... What happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. We were gonna work out a deal for the Akkadian network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would we want the basement cooked swill of the blue bloods make sold in our... Oh, sorry. Why would we want the basement cooked swill the blue bloods make sold in our storefronts? Ah, pharmacies. You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Why'd you give my privileges to the bot I was going to ban? Now I can't ban coal fires! Oh my god. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart. Voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps Felt that they had grown overconfident. Hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full-time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kind of assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Here to join? What are you talking about? Oh. Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery, so what, like 5% of the books in the library are? Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail? Counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care. Interesting. Is something wrong? Why would you think something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. Ooh, a flashback. Indeed, it was nice. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I had been bothering Sosuke, I think. Pestering him about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side on that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Toxic Yuri! Oh my god. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted while I just... Sosuke's trained for that kind of thing. Trained for his whole life the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I'm still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? I love Sarah. I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... I'm not thinking about his motive. I am thinking about how he's dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forgot that includes the extraordinary, too. You've seen violence like that before, then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. I hope that everyone is like you, then. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you then. Ooh! Oof. Guru says, have I seen people die? Feels like I just saw 4 deaths right in front of me. Weird, that. There are no people like me. Take a sip of my tea. Diamante. Irashai. 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 Ah, yes, Diamante. To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my 2 favorite girls? One's Sarah, who's the other. Figment of my imagination, apparently. You want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just gotten this case of beautiful tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? That's a good joke. I love Morgan's banter, agreed. 2 waters coming right up. Oh, wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Ikaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Why did I know Morgan was gonna tell Sarah she couldn't drink? And it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear. Is that literal? A stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why the house would go to such lengths to let the victim know who attacked them. These nobility types, their whole lives are gallows and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. For every sentence has a front and a backside to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Ikaria aren't exactly at the top of the nobility pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mounts of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin hasn't gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. He kills a target behind closed doors. Their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills, where a house's rival can see, the damage sticks. You know a lot about the knee ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the neo-aristocracy? Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby kid. Wouldn't know it looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A blue blood assassin trying to mist him mid-trial. I don't get it either. The blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what? Stock tips? Oh. This was before the Ikaria cut them down? I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The rest weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then. And the Ikaria cartel were just... just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. Blue Bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if, If what? If the Ikaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it just happened for a reason. They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them? All that was left for the old-timers, the grandparents and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found families that became the first gens and then the Youngbloods. What about the money? He's starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ikaria just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the red blood. Locked behind GFA. Getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Woof. Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch. Crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a little lord? That's another one. New spin on one of the oldest tales in the book. A promised prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves. One lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods have lost. Oh. But spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you've heard this one before. You know what? Your theory of it being Makoto might not actually be that far off. You did mention that a few episodes ago, and I like that idea. Wasn't Makoto called Little Lord? What? Anyway. Is there any truth to it? Old guards certainly seem to think so. Need to think so. Probably what's keeping them alive. If they can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they've been looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes Youngblood start thinking about. Maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Corwin says you're actually wondering if the Little Lord is Sosuke since he mentioned being adopted into the Ikaria name. True. I can't remember exactly, but it would be weird to call him by the legend they are hiding him from. It would. I'm just trying to think of where I heard it. Because she heard it. Like who said that? Perhaps people who believe they won a total victory cannot be pretty arrogant. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Oof. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Youngbloods give their life to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut him loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years. Excuse me. You think the old guard would throw away the Youngbloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it. So do the Youngbloods. That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna turn it down. Just realized it was kind of loud compared to my speaking level. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tariq Chopin? You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. Oh, Tariq was also adopted? I mean, makes sense. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. The Mob Act? What's that? Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061 intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of its supposed goal of hindering mob justice. The PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off of the main net, ensuring that their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. That's interesting. Wild. You remember this dumbass law? Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net-organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades. But the purposely obscured nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Also known as the Anti-Guillotine Act. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? Adoption? I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home Orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. They just gotten swallowed. The parent company might have kept their records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they left a photo up that good passing by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and... No, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. We wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. Education. What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician? It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. 2066. When was the Blue Blood Purge? Ooh, do I have that written down somewhere? Oh, no, not articles. What, terms? Maybe? I have a lot of terms. New Blue Blood? Their status of criminal concern was downgraded to moderate during the 2070s. Where else would this be? Maybe new ability? No, it's just the term. I don't know if I have anything on it. They might talk about it, though. That would be interesting. Yeah, okay. They'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. If joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. It probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. Alright, let's learn about age. How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. What? There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition of removal of an asterisk. What? It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Oh, funny that. Isn't that interesting? Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the Red Decade. Oh, Red Decade. Hold on. I had that, don't I? In R? No, I have red ink. Damn it. Yeah. Damn, I thought I had that. Sag. Okay. Files, terms, load game, evidence. I don't think everything in evidence, right? No. But, yeah, fair enough. Red Decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you really think... You think Chopin was the Little Lord? You're the last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real... What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you. Then, yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the Little Lord. He doesn't need to be the Little Lord. As long as someone did. Yeah? As long as oh, I see what you mean. As long as someone believed in it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's fair. And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead. Prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1, this is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous youngblood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. 2, as I recall, the only youngblood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin even entered the building. Clears his name pretty handily. The only young blood I know? Do we know another one? 3. I can think of at least one other group that killed to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. House Sicaria. And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom. Unfortunately. No, stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Hey, Sarah. Get some footage of me making this next one. From over there in the counter, in the corner. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever. That kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine. Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day? I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post or whatever. Oh my god. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad. Any corner, just make it sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it be better framed if it'll look like shaky cam found footage? More legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the treat. Why? Because we got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Can't get under the fridge! Oh no. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floorboards! Oh no! Half a lime juice. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now, you're the lawyer, and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Oguru says, oh, so wait. This supports my theory that Chopin went there to meet someone at the murder scene. I think he knew his murderer even if he didn't know he was the young lord. Ooh, yeah, that would be interesting. Egg white, toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case, put it in the bowl in the fridge. But it seems to me like you're approaching this shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Or Gat. Or Geet. I don't know how to pronounce that. If a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. Okay. Get that shit out of here. You need to consider that maybe that shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. I told you, they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. Word of mouth can be deadly down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building can easily become, I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get to me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Ooh, okay, alright, we're getting back to maybe Sosuke was, maybe it was red. Interesting. Ooh, what if it was London? What if London's hiding some shit? What if like, because London was down there too. But, oh, and he was down there after, I think. So maybe it wouldn't make sense, but this is interesting. Mint for garnish, with charred cinnamon for smoky ambiance. Serve immediately. Ooh. I like how they just... I think they took a picture of a drink and then they just put some filters over it. That's really good. A bitter blessing. Surely with that much time, it's a sour blessing, no? You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Ryan. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. I hope you're right. I am. You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Gulp, gulp. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it, for God's... One last thing. Apparently, Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. Yes. Pfft. If the Little Lord's an urban legend, Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orca shooting the shit around, burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Guru says, I'm thinking London got word about the possible hit with his dirty connections on Morgan and tried to stay and prevent it. Ooh, yes, I like that idea. Entirely possible at this point. Right. So they're bullshit. I've got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsman. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. You just said they're boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin? Like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night on your way home from work, go to sleep, wake up at night to a man wearing your own face choking the life out of you. Good lord. While he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. Oh god! But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the Blue Bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case. Or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. Well, I'll be sure to pass it on to Sosuke. Why? So Sosuke can start writing his will? Jeez, that's almost an episode of Ghost in the Shell. I know, right? I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure. Oh, Morgan. Ah, Morgan! Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What? What a kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about house clubs? What? What? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene unless you pass our security clearances. You've gotta be. You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I love Morgan because she's evil. I love Morgan, but she's evil. I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Oh my god. Han, not the time to be a smartass. Raise, it'll only take 30 seconds.
You're serious? This is reality? The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure? They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes.
Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real victims? Oof. Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Oh god. Sinus is legitimate, Rays. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses.
These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we get them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too.
Oh, Alice! Hello! Guru or Corwin, could you please give a shout out to Alice Moonflower, please? You can use the regular !SO command. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. How's it going? I'm gonna sip my tea. Heck yeah! Ooh, you're playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Very nice. That's exciting. How was Like a Dragon? And Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, I don't know. I know Like a Dragon. Is Infinite Wealth a... It's the second game. Oh, sorry. Aries let me know. Hi, how are you? Emote, we love streamer emote. So cute. Hello, Rosie4Dog. How's everyone doing this fine time zone? Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, you know, all that fun stuff. Evening for me. Yeah, I only know about the first Like a Dragon game, and then there's the Pirate Yakuza one with Majima being a problem, being a menace. Infinite Wealth is the sequel to Like a Dragon. Yes, the 8th Yakuza game. Ah. Wow, okay, fair enough. So shit, what was the last one with Kiryu? That was like the man who had no name or something? Is that the 7th? Well, maybe not, because Like a Dragon's the first one's probably the 7th. Truthfully, I've never finished a Yakuza game. But I hope you're enjoying Infinite Wealth. I appreciate the raid very much. Go give Alice Moonflower a follow, anybody in my chat. They're super cool, honestly. Right now we're playing some Of the Devil, by the way. We're on episode 2. We're probably about halfway through episode 2, maybe? If you're into kind of like cyberpunk, detective, visual novel, courtroom drama kind of vibes, that's this game. The Man Who Erased His Name is a side game, actually. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was a full-fledged, huh. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, because when it released, it kind of almost had, like I barely heard anything about it. I feel like it was, like, shadow dropped. Interesting, I didn't know that. I just was like, oh shit, it's another Kiryu game. Sick! So I thought it was another mainline entry. Kiryu is in Yakuza 52.5, the remake plus... No, it's Yakuza 52.5, the remake plus Kiwami. I really should play more of those games. I know my partner really enjoys them. We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them, because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. Oof. Damn. So sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. On, not helping. Raze, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm when you got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come in a bad time. Kiryu is also in Like a Dragon 358 over 2 days. That's good. Hey, speaking of Kingdom Hearts, I heard that someone... Well, actually, I think Aries sent it to me. Someone or some people were making, they were remaking, I think, Dream Drop and 358 in, like, basically as HD as they could, but you... Oh, sorry? What? Oh, sorry. Kingdom Hearts Coded, 358, Dream Drop. Oh, just those two. Okay. Coded and 358 are getting remade, well, remastered, basically, to be nice in HD, and you can play them on, I think PC. I think they were aiming to put it on Steam or something. Anyway, that's really cool, because I know that in the collections that are officially from Square Enix, you can't play them. You can only watch cutscenes. Fan remakes in a fancy emulator. Yes, basically. I think they can only put it up for free, to be honest, if they are putting it on Steam, because otherwise they'll just get easily copyright struck. It's a really cool project, yeah. Oh, I just saw like an Instagram reel about it, and I thought it was really cool. I doubt it will ever be on Steam. I thought it was, maybe I was thinking of, I thought it was like gonna be put somewhere, like they had like a logo for it. Unless it was Itch, but Itch would be kind of weird too. Having it on a website that they made makes sense, and have it be on an emulator. It would be really interesting for it to be on Steam. Yeah, really, Square Enix would be like, mods ban this person. Square Enix would be on their ass. But, that would, but it sounds like a really awesome project. Love me some fan projects, hell yeah. There's actually an Ace Attorney fan project that I still really want to buy, or not buy, play, it's free. Oh, Disney probably more so. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I did see 358 over 2 days, on Game Boy. No. I'm sorry, it was DS. Of course it's DS. I saw it at a local used game store nearby here. I thought about it. I think I also saw, I think it was Chain of Memories. That was on GBA. Capcom files an objection. Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Oh, sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? Oh, no. No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting deep She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Yeah, 'cause she likes me. She gave me her number. Ooh, says Alice Mavera. I still have my copy laying around. Oh, nice. I really just want to sit down and play 358 again, so I am pretty excited for that project. That's awesome. Oh, I love that. The Kingdom Hearts series is probably my partner's favorite game series. And I think I've played all the games that I could in the collections, as of last year. Because I didn't grow up with Kingdom Hearts, but basically I met him, and then he was like, oh, if you maybe want to start at 1, and then it went from there. 2 was great. 2 or Birth by Sleep. Whoa! Saber, hello! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid! Can I get a shout out for my friend Saber / Paladin? What were you playing, my friend? That's so nice. You're always so nice. Give me a raid. Oh, we were just talking about Ace Attorney. Look at that. The Adventuring Guild is here to slay your foes. Lovely. Howdy doody. It's doing good. But yes, I finished, Melody of Memory last year, so I think I'm caught up. But technically, I have not played Coded or 358 because they're not in the collection. But Birth by Sleep and 2 are probably my 2 big favorites. Need to get food and get ready for raid night. Oh, yes. Go get food. Please sustain yourself. Thank you so much. It was really nice chatting with you, and I really hope to catch another of your streams soon. Have a good night, my friend. You should have seen me getting all dramatic. Wait. So, you're playing the Ace Attorney trilogy, so which game? Which of the 3? I thoroughly enjoy Ace Attorney. I don't have the remakes. I actually don't have any of the games, technically. But I played the original trilogy. No, that's wrong. I don't have any of the original trilogy. I borrowed them from a friend when they were on DS, so I played them originally that way. And I finished them that way. and then I have the newer games on Steam and on my 3DS still. Start with number 1. Very nice, very nice. Which trial are you? Or did you start tonight? Like, is that the first game you? Or is this stream the start of episode 1? Thinking next time I get guest voices next time. Ooh, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. If I have time, I mean, I'm happy to provide some voice acting. Some semi-okay quality voice acting. Turnabout Sisters. Oh shit! Wait, that's the. Wait, is Turnabout Sisters the? Because there's another one with sisters. Is that the first one or the last episode? Interrogating the bellboy. Gotcha. Okay. Yep. Nice. Yeah. So that's the last one with Emma, right? Emma Skye. Unless there's a bellboy. God, I don't remember. Is there a bellboy in the first episode? I don't think so. It's been a bit since I've played it. Like, it's been a long time. Also, apparently there's an ad coming. So I will just take a break on BRB. What? Hold on. There's a game of murderous lesbians. Hold on. I need to look up. Sisters. I almost typed in Turnabout Lesbians. Thank you, Guru. Turnabout Sisters. Oh no, that is the first one. My apologies. So there's another. Oh yes, right. The pervy bellhop. Yes, I remember him now. Yes. So it was there's the last episode, which is like an epilogue chapter in the first game, also features 2 sisters. That's why I was wondering about it. But yeah, no, that's the first case. I'm now remembering. Or I guess technically the second case. Technically. Oh, April May. April May's bazongadong gazongazonks. I'd like to replay them at some point. Ads. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Good. Yeah, I'd like to replay them. It's been a bit. I still also have to finish the very last case of the last game that came out. So that's something I gotta get back to, you know. We're back. We'll go back to gameplay. We'll go back. Question of the day from Guru. Which term for bazongas do you prefer? And remember, one of these terms is an autoban. Bazongas. Which term for bazongas do you prefer? Honky tonk badonkadonks. Oh my god. It's not an autoban. Don't worry about it, Saber. Guru just being silly. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs.
Talk over me again and I'll break your finger.
Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat.
You want to hear a threat?
Clearly, this isn't gonna work. So, Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give him a call? Let him know you're going around kicking a hornet's nest and scratching your head over why everybody's getting stung? Whatever.
You think you can just walk away after the shit you said?
Turn around and take a walk, sunshine.
London, if you think for even one...
I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Damn.
Forget it. You can all go to hell for all I care. Oh, no, not you. God's sake.
Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is uncompromising. Even Reyes can't hate Sarah. I know, right? She's just... No one can. She's just too sweet. At least you're around here to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say. And it shows you haven't met that many cops. Woof. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Hmm? Oh, Bresson. The Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modern arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. She seemed kind of angy. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. About Chopin. Anyone go digging into Chopin? Lady Rockford would probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list. Other than her, I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof windows theory, but... Oh, good. When is the scene opens? Yeah, plus fire across the windows. Fingerprints on the handle. Additional analysis of the building has confirmed that the windows and doors are all effectively soundproof when closed. Correct. Lovely. Don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get there before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if you really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm logs on his personal devices. It didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Afraid not, little lady. Oh, but maybe you'll have better luck than me. Secret passages? In what world? Your testimony. Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area? If you don't want to take my word for it, Reyes will tell you the same thing. It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? The 10999 went out at around 10:15 p.m., telling us that Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m., we approached from the front of the building. Saw the door ajar, lock blown in, and Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was? Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So the Officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself? Yeah, charged in and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found the first floor was, in fact, clear? Yeah, all those vaults were empty. You didn't wait for a Cyanus to show up with the spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. Oh, they weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Cyanus has unlocked every door in the building at this point. But when I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? Well, I don't remember. I didn't go in any of the side doors there. If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. Suspicious indeed. Interesting. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you gonna convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it as all one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think?
What are you? You want to pitch this as the Youngbloods and Old Guard going at it? Over what?
The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492.
But what's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets.
My theory is correct, and Chopin was killed because the Youngbloods didn't want the Old Guard abandoning them. The Old Guard have always hedged their bets on the Little Lord returning. Does that mean the Red Ink plans to profit off of Proposition 492 were a Youngblood conspiracy? The Red Ink plans? We had Red Ink. There was a note in Red Ink, right? Documents found scene crime. Confidential information. Right. Yes. The Red Ink plans to profit off of a Youngblood conspiracy. Oh, maybe. Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived.
Well, good hunting.
You won't be joining us?
Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone.
I would never.
Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky.
What does Sparky mean, by the way?
It's a nickname, 'cause you're so bright.
A nickname! She's so happy! A nickname.
But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, I should have asked first.
What do you mean?
I'll just call you Sarah.
But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back.
Well, okay then, Sparky.
What the hell? Did you hate Spearmint that much? That is... I would never want to seem ungrateful. Oh my god.
Phenomenal.
Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh, no, that was... dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute Android, by the way. So, what's up? There's a couple of ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us! Sure. I'm actually gonna need a bit more than that, Miss Han. Look at Sarah blush at a compliment from the hot lady. Yeah. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. She ain't sure of the answer. Did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Ox would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. The Arx is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you've seen the level of tech we Blue Bloods have. It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arx can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figure that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle, then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. It smelled like garbage. Could have sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture about what happened after I left.
But there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up yet. The knife. My knife. Right. I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath the fire escape? Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Oh, wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy! Oh, no! As you command, Adonai. Insult. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife. And it's charred? I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. Seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? Toxic, yay! Oh my god. There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. I mean, the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and scientists miss it? Oh, their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then we have to test and see whose blood is on the knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA in the knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work out, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met? Yes, but... So why don't you try your hand at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to analyze the blood on this knife, I would have to use my... Pretend it's a lollipop. Oh no, her tongue! Oh no! Pretend it's a lollipop or something. Morgan, leg it! It's blood! Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. Tastes like chicken. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Of course I don't. So Morgan has a knife kink. Look, the fire sanitized it. No, probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. Oh no! Analyze the... No, is this a mini game? Analyze the blood! Oh no, I'm not doing anything. Analyzing profile. Analysis complete. Oh, rip. This is very cute. Oh god, she's puking rainbows. Oh dear. Oh no. What have you got? There is blood for more than one person present. Mostly B negative, I believe, with some AB negative around the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference within the rest of the data that I have. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Poor Sarah. Yes, Adonai. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. Oh my god. Mass-produced medium-sized combat knives sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors, recovered at the bottom of an ash-filled barrel in the alley just outside the crime scene. Bears clear signs of blood on the blade despite being significantly charred by flames.
Sarah's unique but nonetheless admissible forensic analysis found the presence of the following. Type B negative, type AB negative. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sosuke. How the hell did I end up outside? How many androids can say that? Now, come on. We've got some boxes to tick. Time to look around. Oh. Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article they must have been reading. Apparently they have arrested the Heartbreak Killer. His copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat. And it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. Alright, let's read about this. Suspected Heartbreak copycat foiled and arrested. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested thanks to a quick response from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. The suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted their manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power, and listing a number of complaints and criticisms against the recent business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their last earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed Hanami in some controversy at the time, their stock price steadily increased in the days after, reflecting optimism amongst shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be so strictly tied to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apparent, but Hanami's CFO had since been seen speaking at an investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this one are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kinnings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking that they're the next Heartbreak just because... Just because you bought a gun, you will be caught. You will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Update. Hanami Robotics has yet to respond to requests for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive action. We've also learned that the secret portion of shareholders have received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers as well as to their customers and shareholders. Whether this is an indication of a reversal of their decision to relocate manufacturing job overseas, Like you're reading, does it change how you feel about Hanami Robotics? What if you could have access to stories like this in hours or even days before the rest of the public? With a Premier account, you'll have access to all our updates on the business world as soon as they hit our disk. Remember, that's not insider trading, that's Forerunner trading. It's nothing. Aww. Seems like Heartbreak isn't getting away no matter what happened to the original. So it would seem. Interesting. Oh. Okay, anything else going on over here? We got lots. Examine this. So this is where they found Creek's body. He was the only one who didn't die instantly if anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time. Didn't even try to move. He was playing dead? Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? I thought it was kind of weird that he talked to us that long. It doesn't seem like it.
They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. If he had been holding something, but dropped it when he died. Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on. What's this? What was that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. What sound? I just brushed against this... Oh. This little toy thing. You can hear it? I can, and it is not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof, though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. But do you really think Creek was toying with this nuisance maker in their final moments? A whistle of unusual make discovered not far from where Creek's body was found. Pressing it emits a frequency inaudible to humans, capable of being picked up by many electronics. Didn't check this yet. Detective Linda testifies that this one vault door was unlocked when he and Detective Race arrived at the scene of the crime. Utilizing a physical key. Ah. Nothing suspicious was found in this or any of the other locked vaults that they cleared. Interesting. Okay. Red ink protocol designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Can anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? This is interesting. What if an android was stored in the open vault? To react as like a bodyguard? To like activate? Sarah said it was an unpleasant sound, but maybe if one was coded to react a certain way? Hey, Erasmo. It's... Then why didn't they come earlier? Yeah, so if Creek was pressing that button, then they were trying to get someone to come, but they didn't. So either what they had failed, or it didn't work in the first place. It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The arc shows that they failed. It's going okay. Either he was detained, or was alerting Chopin. Oh, right, because Chopin would have been working with the... There's the theory of Chopin working with the Blue Bloods for Proposition... That was related to Proposition 492, right? It's going pretty good, Erasmo. That's fair. Chopin would have been alerted to something, and his partner didn't hear anything. So but what electronic would Chopin have to have that his partner wouldn't, that would react to that? Chopin have anything on him that was unique? Maybe we'll see. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages, then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. They weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask. And I must have left them on the desk afterwards. Indeed. Could be an unlisted mod that was discarded before the autopsy. Oh, that would be interesting. Ankertan. Supposedly, he was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago. Wait, what did she say, sir? L, back up. Oh, right. Fair enough. TC and HR? Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers? The badge numbers match. Oh! Wait, hold on. The gun is registered to him. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? They okayed giving him a gun? Oh, that's very shady. And Huey Rogers okayed it? Well, you know, it might have been that Tariq okayed it, and then Huey was like, well, if Tariq okayed it, then I guess I'll okay it. Maybe. Yeah, interesting. Or there's more to Huey than I think. It seems that they detained Ankartan briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Finding a gun like this in anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why'd they just let him go? So maybe Rogers is also corrupt. Rogers is either corrupt or he's just an idiot who follows whatever his partner does. It's one of those. Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away. Sick. Let me read that real quick. A short barrel maglev, firearm recovered from him, modified to an illegal extent. The slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target. Register to Ankartan, fingerprints on the gun match Sosuke. Found on Tanks' person over a week ago during a routine civilian frisk by officers TC and HR. Report follows. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. Firearm shows signs of illegal modification. Subject in possession of suspect communicate. Sorry. Oh, gotta burp. There we go. Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. The subject released with a warning in accordance with Police Code 65.3.29e. Personal discretion without prejudice? What? Police code? Have we seen that police code before? 65.3.29e? 65.3.29e. I don't think so. That's it. It's just they just basically made something up. Well, maybe not made something up, but they without prejudice. It's weird. Okay. Yeah, it means they use their own judgment. Yeah. Weird. Our client, Sosuke. According to Rogers, this is how he found him. Basically, the cops said we're gonna look the other way. Yeah, but why? Corruption. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Okay. Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? Wound patterns. How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrist where he was bound. Contusions all over the interior side of his body. And he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head. His biggest wound was to the back of the head? I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. There's also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. Alright, blood analysis. He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. And he also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. Trey's blood? Well, I guess that kind of makes sense. Trey would have been near the door. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Interesting. That about wraps it up in here. Hey, Han. Miss Han, since Cyanus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? What? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. Wait, she reacted to it? Sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone... Right, her phone reacted to it. Interesting. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that? Fine, whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really, it's just an app. You set the frequency and get a notif if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Yeah, so totally Chopin had this app. That's gotta be it. Thanks for clearing that up. Well, I have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way faster than any of you could? Kilometers. What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned into that frequency. But I'm tuned into a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating with the Megs or the pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. Oh. I saw where you were poking around and they're the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods? Oh, she's a young blood. Oh, heck. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it. Tattoo? Oh, fair. It is plainly visible even in their autopsy photos. Oh, shit! I didn't even think about that. Do we have... Oh, wait, not that. Not that. I didn't think about that. Creek's datapad. Oh, well, we don't. It's fine. I love Morgan's smirk when she's toying with someone. Yeah. You have no idea what this ink means. I don't remember where Creek had that on them. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guard use you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children because the Icaria killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. AAA graded. Just like meat. Oh shit. Jeez. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Dang. Okay. Alright. We learned something. Taking a drink. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Let's check out the room. Perhaps? Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the Mag US to, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him. but secondarily, so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along? And gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings? It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably. But I need to know. Interesting. Oh no! Lick the bandages, Sarah! No! Mischief's Morgan's so mean. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the sinus employees on standby to analyze it. Open wide! Here comes the airplane! They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right. Sinus does DNA testing. Typically paternity tests as part of their private investigative services, but they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait, I have already made the request, Adonai. You insist on making me test the bindings myself now. You will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. They do paternity tests, you say? Oh, that's true. That's true. We could, if we're thinking, Chopin is the little lord. Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss a raise. Really is a shithole in here, though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. Or just generally that Sinus is a front for searching for the little lord. Ah, I mean, yeah, they do a lot of stuff. Paternity test is one of them, so that would be interesting if that's the front. But we'd have to know which old guard. Yeah. Yeah, we wouldn't know specifically which old guard if that's the case for Chopin. That's true. It feels like a cruel place. Alright. What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. Windows. They were closed when Creek was shot, still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site, but they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I used that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them to go down the fire escape. And then what? Well, they must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah, that's one option. What's the other? I mean, could they? They would... Like, from the fire escape, it's pretty rickety. Could they have jumped onto the trash can to, like, stick the landing? Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? Guru says they'd probably have a database they were searching for the legend. That's true. They could have hidden in one of the rooms. Oh, the room that was open? Maybe? And then they just were careless about... So they would have had to have access to one of the rooms, because it was closed before, or presumably locked. I guess I would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But then what the hell do these cops and scientist chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment, but you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Race had much to say about how scientist employees were not wearing gloves and... Wait, what? Knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, that'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding the trash, though? I don't know. Help me look through this. Garbage again? Already? Just start looking. Any of it requires DNA analysis. Wait. There. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Red ink. Oh. Ink. A torn page of the red ink document with what looks like a shoe print on it.
It is not Sarah's day.
Shall we try and match it to the samples?
Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kinds of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two Megs.
But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that...
Looks like the letters will all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times.
Well, it isn't particularly informative. And I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important?
Does indeed. Does indeed. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already legible, but a watermark remains visible in the corner.
A C. CV? It looks like?
Okay.
How could it have been lying here neglected this whole time? No, Princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find there? More dead man's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad.
Happy to be of assistance.
So would you like to add us to the arcs, or should I? Well, seems like you've got momentum going, so please don't let me get in your way.
It means that the third party had the mystery papers? Well, I mean, it means that they looked at them, because, Morgan was the one who took them out of the safe. I need to go to the washroom, but I don't want to leave. BRB, let me know what I missed. Okay, Corwin invests in adult. Oh my god, Guru.
You don't wear gloves in the job, Miss Han. It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here, on those windows, or even upstairs, oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So do you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks.
Actually, I just remembered I have a mobile phone. This is fair!
Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark.
That wasn't a fucking threat. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet.
Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the Old Guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the Old Guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me that they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Ikaria's legal team.
I was gonna make a what? No way message! Nice.
Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look, then?
Still got the address boss gave us?
Oh, okay. Where we going? Ooh. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious.
Ladies, please, come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth.
Local host. Should we take a seat for now? With tastes as expensive as yours? Local host. If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne! As much as you like! This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager.
I need to become a Karen.
What happened? They're all walking away.
Hey, Mama. Yeah, There's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you.
The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction.
Morgan Karen. Mom will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime.
You got tap water?
You don't want to drink the tap water in this district.
Soda water?
It's all overpriced, lady. You might as well get something you'll enjoy.
I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Whoa! I can move and look at things. Okay. Whoa! Do you think we're being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Though it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Oh shit. Let's get her champagne. She wanted champagne. Sarah wanted some additional attention from the lady. Let's get her some champagne. Ah, what the hell. Hey, Pomme d'Orignon. Pour out a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase, or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. What? Pomme de Tower! The staff began an unsettling chipper chant. Tower! 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 I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madam. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of... His eyes wandered, losing light all the while, until they settled into a glassy-eyed, pitying stare at an overworked-looking young man at a small table. Adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him. King for a day. With the same nervous smile he used to shake hands with the suicide bomber, oh god, the bartender redirects the oncoming parade towards my designated lucky loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. Oh no! You just gave the tower away? I got shit to do. I can't drink all that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, after you paid all that money to just pass it along to some stranger, are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Magda's getting this bill. Your client? File it under investigative expenses. That is not exactly inaccurate, but... What's he gonna do, kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it would be more likely he'd have you killed. Poor Sarah, she didn't get her champagne. Oh, that's why I got it. Dang it. Oh. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I'd never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. Oh, I see. So you respond more to being challenged. What do you think? Perhaps not. Alrighty. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Akadi assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You're frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. Tell me more. A host or hostess club is the type of nightclub in which staff cater to clientele with attention, conversation, company, and flirtatious behavior. The talent, hosts or hostesses, make most of their wages through what is essentially a commission on the sale of drinks, food, or other services by the club. While host clubs and their associated culture were internationally fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity from the first half of the 21st century, they have undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 to 30 years. Shifting cultural norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony may have contributed to this phenomenon. Some socialists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. Others argue that increases in average work hours have pushed single individuals away from traditional drinking culture and long-term dating. And for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running, discrete tabs at select establishments, attendance may be seen as an advisable or even mandatory step in acquiring and maintaining relationships with their superiors. Despite the global trend of the decriminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it is hardly uncommon for staff at one establishment or the other to switch sides. Users also frequently search for how to build confidence. How to know if the hostess really likes you. Courtesan versus hostess, who would win? Very good. So are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Let's see what else we got here. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna take a bit of a stretch break. Hold on. Alrighty. Fungus stymies bamboo stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than usual saltwater flooding had already left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region as its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop, cultivated successfully for thousands of years and on all 7 continents, if one counts the agricultural science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material for much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels, and even has been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern, genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between tuning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable to the wild, and years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker, who requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us to just burn it all, and it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. Oh, of course they won't. Jesus. Data on the efficacy of burn pits in combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low and masks are an unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Oh? Plotters' rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again. You've got a lot of workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could easily be out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsay syndrome remains a serious concern among... We're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get Swimmage displaying properly for you? Not the reading material I expected to find here. Bamboo unrest. Close that so it's not a notification. But judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about, well, they're not concerned about the fungus. Are they? Hold on. Yeah, because they're not concerned about the fungus, it's the workers concerned about the fungus. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Unrest because of the masks, yeah. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Mama on deck! The big cheese! I hope they're hot. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama? I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell? What the hell do you want? Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well, shit. You clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Ikari must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep them in the dark. And feed them shit. Yes, yes, I've heard the lawyer jokes. I love their outfit, just saying. and their heterochromia. That's cool. Now, can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. Introductions, then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Sosuke Ikaria. Everybody's southern in my playthrough. Except for Sarah and Morgan. Oh, and Han, I guess. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss, Kim Hana. Small business owner. Let's see her profile. Also, an ad starts soon, so. Hana Mama Kim. Nice. Oh, her birthday's soonish. Small business owner, likes persimmon and handbags, joint cracking. Dislikes part-timers, binge watchers, ad vandalism. Hidden talent, can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Nice. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Okay. Motto, promote from within. Looks like the ad's starting soon, so I will take a bit of a break fairly soon. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods could count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is gonna preach to us all about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean it when I say Youngblood is a term of endearment. Love me some older characters. Hell yeah. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face, better not. They'd knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you got? Oh. Ad time. I'll take a baby. Yeah, it's nice to have some more older characters. That's kind of fun. That's pretty fun. My tea has gone cold. Time for a second washroom break. That's fair. I'm tired. Well, looks like I gotta do a computer update soon. Neat. I was gonna say, Corin, damn, how much water are you drinking, friend? Sarah is a lesbian neon toaster, correct. I mean, Sarah's not just a lesbian. She's a bisexual neon toaster. She do appreciate those Sosuke, that Sosuke physique. Hey, ad's done. Don't worry, we didn't move anywhere. We're coming back. We're coming back. Oh no, a computer update? In a bit. It's probably just like a Windows like, hey, you should update your blah blah blah. That's fine. I'll just update it after stream. I just put a hose in my mouth and turned it on. Sugar the water crow. Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. What don't you know? You might know about Bressen's fate. You probably know about Creek's killer. Little Lord ID, maybe? I'll save real quick. Even if I'm right, I'd only be telling her that Chopin's dead and no use to her. Also, the chance that she has no idea the Little Lord's even real, in which case I'd be showing way more of my hand than I'd like. Okay. Maybe she doesn't know. Actually, she might not know Bressen's fate. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. Yeah, because it just happened. I'd forgotten. Oh, you're right. But it's all about Morgan and Sarah for me. True. The problem with Morgan and Sarah is that Morgan is, well, Morgan.
Oh my gosh.
I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There are always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now.
Hence Toxicuri. Correct.
Let's hear it. Ooh, insult. Bresson? What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it. Old God sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses, too.
If anything, I think Morgan is closer to asexual than anything. Or perhaps murder-sexual with this Corbin. Yes, I do get that vibe, too. Because I know Morgan didn't respond to the advances of Han. Murder-sexual. Probable. only maybe a little bit, you know.
Impatient, hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who, you? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Was there a deadline for Proposition 492?
Heck. Which one was it? Was it this one? Nope. Nope. Ballot? Okay, do they have a limit? Well, I mean, I guess it was tied to the campaign, right? The political campaign? Reducing unemployment term. Yeah. Maybe not. Okay. Thought there was something else. Think of something else, yeah. Nirvana was the legalization of that. That was... where was that? In N? Oh, I thought we had something on Nirvana. Maybe we don't. Oh, no, there it is. Because it's coming up soon, right? Everything okay, Erasma? Thinking the same thing. Recent months has led to many suspect the drug is being assessed. Yep. Possession, production, of use of... blah, blah, blah. Okay. What was the other option? Workers? I'm gonna say Nirvana. Maybe that... because that they've got a hold on that drug right now. They've got, like, a monopoly on it. Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized for the end of the year. Party drug. Dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is, and you could take it in by the truckload if you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the Grey Wave is going to roll your hard work up in a ball and hit it up gently to the Megs. And the Ikaria. You've been losing this game for them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not. Who the hell just roll over for these upstart bootlicking... That goddamn fox smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut out his eyes when I had the chance. I am acquainted with the Hound. Who's the Fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The Fox, the Kitsune. Goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. Oh, the head of the house. Makoto's dad. The family's, I'm assuming it's Makoto's dad, maybe not, but the patriarch, yes. The family's patriarch? Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Ha! Knew there'd be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Andonite does smoke despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of, I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria? You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the Hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Bresson somehow manage to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Bresson didn't even manage a scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes, why? Huh, not wasting a question on him of all people. You know London? Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? Ha! You missed that one. Try another. What? Oh, really? What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire, and the feeling's mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it... The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. Oh. They're your marks. Bingo! Kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's useless now. So they were being used, the Chopin family? Or at least they were being targeted. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had red ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Proposition 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name, P492. It's a pretty big giveaway. You must have had more than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers. Not exactly. You didn't know what Proposition 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off of somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? 'Cause they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left, then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Oh shit, I missed it. Sorry! Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing it without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Love a good dialogue history feature, indeed. Did Sosuke mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there'd been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the Huntsman, then who has it? A dead man who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. But what if we still want to ask our house, my rules? Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? Makoto did. Makoto Karia, if that wasn't already clear. Uh-huh. You some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families? Yes. Who has it? Indeed. We assume that she has it, because there was a package delivered to her. At the end of the last episode, right? Or no. No, that doesn't make sense. Because this did happen in real time at the beginning of this episode. I don't know what happened to it. She did steal it? Okay. At the beginning of this episode, she did? Okay. I know she grabbed it. I couldn't remember if she just got away with it. I guess she did. Uh-huh. You some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families? That's why she went there. Yeah, to get the mask. That I know. I just couldn't remember. I was trying to remember if there was any implication that something happened to the mask, but I don't think so. I think she just took it and left. The preteen looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way. You really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't. Which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? The face on that woman, so fierce. on Kim? I mean, everybody's got some fierce looks. Hello, Galaxian. Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. Yeah, on Kim. Kim's great. I love Kim. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Adonai? You're reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Absolutely fierce. Love her. Hell yeah. I mean, Sarah barely has fierceness in her. Sarah's just a sweet, sweet baby. Sweet baby. Sweet little, lovely, lovely, lovely person. We love Adonai. I was gonna say we love Adonai. Yeah. Adonai is quite murder sexual, but we also do love Morgan. But Sarah is the best. We love Sarah. I hope we get to know more about Masters. Not enough of her. Freudian slip! Oh no! Masters, what? Oh, fuck. Who was Masters? Why am I blanking on that? Wait. The judge? No. Yes? No, right, Masters. Yes, we don't know enough about her. Victoria Masters. She's the one texting, one of the people. Well, we do know that she has some relation to Morgan's parents. So there's something there about her parents, I think. Morgan's mentor, the witch. There was some conversation that she had, I think, that involved something like... Or maybe she asked about Morgan's parents, I can't remember, but... Yes, her mentor. Yes, the witch. Now, all the old guard need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive. Morgan calls her aunt, auntie in text. Right. Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. God, I forget little pieces, right? Because I like play this game once a week, so I forget everything. But yeah, I do want to learn more about Masters. There's a lot more I want to learn about characters in general. What if Morgan's parents are old guard and she's a trans? Oh my god, Karen. I also, in general, want to learn more about Morgan. We've gotten bits and pieces in these flashbacks in this episode, but it's, so interesting. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, All of you will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at, what, 30%? 40%! 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? But what if I were right? I mean, you could be! What a nice long young girl you are worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over, dear. Sweet granny here. 'Cause she ain't a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. The question is, what part of this game don't I want to learn about? Because I want to learn about everything. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The little lord? But Tariq Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. Interesting. How dare they? Oh, hi, Makoto. How's it going? After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district to try and kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places? The nerve of those blue blood scum. The pun name sometimes eludes me, but I loved Jessica Starlin, just Stalin. Oh, I didn't actually catch that one. That's fun. Nice. If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? That's good. Yeah. I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, you get my attention. What are you gonna do? Try consulting an expert. Oh? Oh, the brat! What do kids your age like? Not my birthday. I'm not asking for you. And I'm not a kid, so I wouldn't know. It fits for Sarah. I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? Roblox? I don't know. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. Other day, the school announced they're gonna be doing test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. Ain't that so real? The fucking Zoomer humor is wild. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. It's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth. And I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. Well, what do you want to do from here? Want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife bucks? Oh my god, some fork knife bucks. Some good old fork knife. Oh, Fortnite. What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh. So they must be like, rich. Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. Yes, the brat! What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. Oh, was there, brat? This is hopeless. They're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges, bribing court officials, slipping coins into Vizier's purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. Did you know him? Oh, my mic probably peeked out. That's hysterical. I heard he passed. Did you know him? That's my favorite joke so far. Oh my god.
Oh, I was hoping she just closed the conversation. Whatever photo that is failed to send. God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever? Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They've probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age, or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh! Well then, perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once aroused, is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but... Please calm yourself, Makoto of House Hikaria. We need to speak with you. Alright, fuck yeah, Sarah, let's go! About what? About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but... Oh damn, Sarah! Hell yeah. Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote the Bhagavad Gita all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Nice. Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please? If it's for Sosuke... Enough. This is gonna be the Kitsune, isn't it? Yeah! He's got the ice blue eyes like, Daniel Craig. I think Galaxian says, I think my favorite joke in episode 2 is when Makoto has to admit his testimony he landed on his rear, and the judge needs an important evidence and locks into the fact that he landed on his tushy. It's very good. That was very good. I love AD too. Yeah, she's fun. She's very fun. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman. All of you, show some respect now! He says it out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Alright, Daisuke. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad towel begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Come here! Oh my god! Come here, Makotan. Grandpa! Grandpa! That's cute. Oh. How are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord, making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the head of the House of Nobility to be so... affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were.
We made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it.
Oh no, he's a doting grandpa. This is Guru.
And made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I had seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I canceled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I wanted to drink in Game 5, or suppose it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go and fetch it for your grandfather?
He's gonna fucking size me up when Makoto leaves.
Of course, but old trick of the trade, one sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto's allowed to drink sake? Hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's a ceremony of it all, damn it. Oh, understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make 'em earn their keep for once. Put on a suit, pair of glasses, think you just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails, you got nothing better to do. Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. Oh. But then the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made that up. You're the lawyer. Is there any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Acadia right now, Sarah. I mean, hell. Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, Sarah? I want to walk the gardens. Are we supposed to follow him? You left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? Mm-hmm. That's fair. I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. Makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there'd be no point to any of this.
So which fictional butler do you think Sarah is going to reference? I hope it's the butler from Clue. I hope it's Tim Curry. Or Alfred. Yeah, like she just puts on the persona of a butler from like a popular, like from pop culture. It would be very funny though if she was like Tim Curry in Clue. She was like, I'm going to solve this mystery in a manic episode, and I'm gonna be extremely correct. It would be very Sarah. It would. It truly would.
If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down.
What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. Must have required astonishing brutality.
Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle.
Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in the history books? Ooh, what? God damn.
Orchestrated. So grand. So full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street, split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. Wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed.
Alright, we got a profile on Daisuke. Let's see. Ooh, that's a cool shot. Oh, shit! His birthday just passed. Oh, I should be checking blood types. God, now that we actually have we have something that was a match on the knife. Yes.
B negative and AB positive, I think. Occupation, CEO, Ikaria Financial Group. He likes bodybuilding, archery, and bonsai. Dislikes phones at the dinner table. Fair. Undefeated at enduring spicy food. Enjoying spicy food. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron, and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. I didn't give them off your grandfather or anything. Was kind of expecting to have a quirk like being an Idol fan or something. His quirk is that he's a doting grandfather. And my uncle named me his successor for it. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight? They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friend in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won. So how'd you get away with it? Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a damp. This was right before the Red Decade got underway. And once the border started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. It's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that, no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Draughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city, and I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard. And everything you've built since, Renogen, Araya Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of, that was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace? How? Dunno. I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. Oh my god. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up entire economies wholesale. Galaxino4 says, I love the whole dynamic with the different criminal organizations and of the devil. It's good reference material. The Blue Bloods, the Ras, and the Ikaria, all color-coded to match. That's true, yes, they are. Interesting. Hi, love. It is very cool, the whole setup with this. And it's so interesting that, like, this is all episode 2. Like, there's so much content about all of these different gangs purely from episode 2. I think there might have been some references maybe to some gangs here and there in episode 1, maybe, but everything is so well contained here. And it's not enough to overwhelm too, which is nice. Like it's just they present it in a like an accessible way. Like they do a very good job. I didn't give them off your grandfather or anything. Not what I heard, says Fireball. Hey Fireball, how do you pronounce Ekami? Hello, my friend. Ikaria yellow. Is it yellow in Japanese? Blue blood, blue, rust red. Ooh, the other thing too is I want to hear more about the Red Hood. Speaking of rust red. Maybe that's where Red Hood evolved from. If you ever take that redeem away, I'll be very sad. Okuma. Okuma. I should just answer wrong every time. Enkumi. 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 E-commerce. Chef of me. Heck of me. Yeah. God, yeah. Someone asked me that I should say E-Cami. And I will visibly cringe. Not really. It's fine if people call me whatever, but I'm just so used to Ekami. What are you implying? Nothing. How are you doing, Fireball? Guru or Corwin, would you mind shouting out Fireball, please?
I think I saw you go live. You played something recently that I was like, oh, and I was sad that I couldn't get to it because I was oot and a boot. Stonks 9800 stock market simulators. Whoa, if stonks are your thing, sign me up. How was Stonk Simulator? How was Stock Market Simulator? That's fun. Galaxian says, I've got a fiction you're working on with a writer. And we've got gemstone-based clans all vying for power. Rublis, Ruby. Oh! Excuse me. Rublis is an awesome name. Ruby, Azure, Sapphire. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. Are you like... So what kind of... What's the fiction? Is it going to be like a short story, or like maybe just like you're working on it chapter by chapter? I'm curious about it. I always love reading new stuff, so that's super cool. There's a new webcomic of Cammy. Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you for posting it, Guru. We being the nobility, if that's the term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Yeah, he's being intimidating. Mr. Icaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably.
A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? It fell apart because these first gens and young bloods of theirs are hard-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. That's why I ordered my hound to be present on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto, and he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto? Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field, where she can attack freely. At least assuming you subscribe to... Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? Galaxian says, story you're paying them to write, and I'm doing their... Oh, cool! Hell yeah! It's a bunch of animal people. They are powerful mages who use diplomacy out in the open, but are cutthroat in the shadows. Technology is stifled, and people use magic items as substitute for cell phones and vehicles for convenience. Except the commoners, they don't get to enjoy such conveniences. Ooh. Do you have, like, any... Well, maybe I don't know how far along the story is, but do you have any, like, social media or something where I can follow for updates? That sounds fun. That's so cool. And actually, maybe you have a page for your art. I'd be happy to follow you. What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture our little Makotan?
I'd love to be paid to write. The dream.
Why would they want to capture him? The ransom, revenge, I mean, could be revenge. The ransom... his blood, sure. The ransom is a little bit... Because, like, if they capture him, then they get leverage on getting the money, maybe? I'll save. I don't think this actually impacts anything if I pick the wrong answer. I don't think there is a wrong answer, but... The ransom! If they took Makoto captive, they could extort Icaria for a king's ransom. Once. After that, the Icaria would make them pay in every other way. Even if the price tag was big enough to ease all the Blue Bloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto hostage? Okay, fair. Oh wait, his blood? Does that activate the bank thing? If they were literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mirai suggested they try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. Okay, fair enough. Revenge! Blue Bloods aren't lacking in motives for revenge. A bloody culling, followed by 3 decades of humiliation, is more than enough. But the most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not taking him captive. While I can imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from a living subject, gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. If the Blue Bloods proudly tortured a child to death, they'd be run out of the low rewards by their own constituents. No reason. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your soul heir than capture him. It's what I'd do, if they had any heirs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. They targeting the Hound? You mean... Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. Oh, you think those idiot punks want to take my Hound alive?
Clarkson says, I don't. It's a personal project. Gotcha. Fun fact, main character is a snooty air cat lady who teaches illusion magic, and when she engages in debate, she envisions a chess game board, and it reads like a turn-based battle. Oh, that's fun! I like that. That feels very, oh. Ace Attorney Investigations? It's got the vibe. I love that, though. The illusion magic idea, that's fun. That's very fun. I like it. Well, I wish you well. That was the inspiration. Excellent. I'm so glad. That's super cool. Well, I'm glad that you're working on that project. I hope it ends up in the way that you would want, that you want it to. I hope the end result is good. And if you ever make it like a public thing, I'll be happy to follow social media for it. But it's okay if not. I don't think. I know. That's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. They don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all. They don't talk after the third? The third... what? It wasn't just any Blue Bloods that tortured him, it was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water, they're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. The Youngbloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders, but just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my Hound? What the Blue Bloods want, ultimately, is simple. So simple that my Android can't use when I have to sneeze. Hold on. Get it. Investigation sadly is too bare bones, says Galaxian. All you do is bide your time and let the witness slip up, and you capitalize on them slipping up. Yeah, the minigame specifically. The game itself is good. Fair. I've only played the first Investigations game. I do need to play the second one at some point. Oh, thank you for the blessings. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now more than anything? Money? A lot of money? Without which they can't invest in legalized Nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their Youngbloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my Hound skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? Oh, God. No, he's not...
Is it his blood? Is he the... Why would they torture, though? I mean, his ransom, obviously, but, like, hold on. I'm curious about what blood suggests.
I bet the Blue Bloods found out when Sosuke took that blade from Makoto, and then they tested the blood. Oh! Oh! And that's why they kept him alive. Ooh! So interesting! Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? He said it wasn't torture, just to suppress the mod. Well, it basically was tortured. We saw him get fucking beat up at the beginning of the game.
You did. Okay. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! God damn!
Sosuke is the Little Lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark! You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attack supposedly on Makoto begin? About a year ago? What else happened about a year ago? Yuri says, how much of that was restraining a killer and the cops kicking him in? I mean, fair. I'm going off of... So... Wait. Was restraining a killer? Well... So when we killed everybody, when we killed the 4 people and got into the room... And even before that, we had a flashback of him getting beat the fuck up, and they were trying to use the truth serum to get an answer out of him. I think. And he was like, I don't know what you mean. And then they beat him with a sledgehammer, and they cut him up. So I think technically we only saw the sledgehammer, but then when we did kill those 4 people and walked into the room, he was fucked up. Like, he was all bloodied, and I think that was her assumptions. Her assumptions? What, the torture? All I know is that I know he got interrogated by Creek's pod before, and they sledgehammered him, because she wasn't there when that happened.
The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. Right. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorals and collarbones. Yes, Sarah, yes. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Oh, there we go! There we go! Yeah, he bled that day, but not as if he bled blue. You telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Cyanus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up. And they have that, what, patriarchal tests or whatever? Or no, not patriarchal, paternity tests? And performing paternity tests. Yes! There we go, there it is. Could have been a whim. Could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been on a fly on their wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sosuke was the Little Lord? That chess metaphor used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. Oh, true. Okay. I'm a little surprised about that, though. I feel like everybody would just be like, well, he said don't, like, he said don't put Sosuke in front of him, so his will is our will, or we'll get murdered. Like, if he knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. Yep. You know bonsai? They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. Yeah, but he needed to disguise the target of the attack. Yeah, fair. Right, because then if he said, oh, Makoto is the target, he's getting attacked. Yeah, that's fair. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Poor Makoto is like, where the fuck is the sake? I can't find it. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through to the bottom. Can't warn people, they won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. Let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. Even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes, cold eyes. Oh look, a young version, a young grandpa. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes. Oh, like condensation on steam. And she was very brave. Hot. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated. Like I neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry. I felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to. And the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why was she wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood? But instead, I just asked, why aren't you afraid? Oh, I got out of bonk command. I gotta re-add all my commands. I forget to. She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. Damn, that's really good. I always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family, going back centuries, that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be soon due, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. But why let him live? Don't I? So that I could invent the little lord. Build your opponents a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor? So long as those fools still had hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into a chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family and eventually your personal attack dog? That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. That's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me in any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have an attorney-client privilege. Oh, that's so fucked! Galaxian says, you know, I appreciate this game having its cases all being close to Morgan, or a result of Morgan, unlike Ace Attorney where the cases feel like fun filler. And Of the Devil established it clearly that there is not a whole lot of business to be done when 98% of arrests end in convictions. True. She has a lot of time on her hands, and so the game justifiably focuses on poignant cases with Morgan being right in the middle of them. Yeah. Yeah, it is a fascinating angle to have your main character be in a villainized position. And it is an excellent example of, oh, what's that called? When the audience knows something, but the characters don't. It's a narrative device. It's an excellent use of that. Yeah. Love me a good antagonist, hell yeah. And I agree with you on the Ace Attorney bit. Like, they're all kind of fun filler stuff. And really, it's only, like, the first and the last cases that really pertain to, like, the plot of the game. But yeah, Of the Devil is really specific with its choices. Of the Devil Episode 3, Beach Episode filler! That would be very funny. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods... What? What? We'll work together to set Sosuke free? I killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. Morgan arrives at the beach in a onesie! Also, there will be an ad starting soon, so I will go on BRB in just a bit. So you won't miss anything. I did all that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now they're finally ready to die. You think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. I think ad's starting soon, so I'm gonna go to BRB. Guru says, that's right. What beachwear would each character wear? Sarah is obviously in a frilly onesie. Oh, the frilly onesie would be a cute one. I mean, I could see Morgan either rocking a onesie or a solid two-piece. I can see Reyes wearing a one-piece. For sure. I can see Morgan in a tasteful black and red bikini with sarong. Masters would wear the most flamboyant swimsuit. Hell yeah. And like... Ooh, what about Emma? What about Emma? Ooh. I think Emma could rock a two-piece. I think she'd rock a two-piece. Like a nice black or a brown one. London wears a Speedo. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. It's gotta show off the goods. That'll be done in a few seconds, by the way. I'll go back soon. Jessica Starling in a big sun hat and classic blue two-piece and sunglasses. Oh, yes. I like that. That'd be very good. We're back! Let's go back. What would the brat wear? Or sorry, would the brat wear a school swimsuit and be very mad about it? Absolutely, they would. I think so. They'd be like, I don't want to be out in the sun. I'm a computer nerd. And also, who forced me to go to the beach? I'm not gonna be yelling at everybody in basic child's trunks. But they're like, the trunks are like covered in like the family insignia. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited, but made of silk, says Cord. Oh no. Yes! I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. Audit? Sosuke is on trial for his life.
Sosuke is sworn to protect this family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes.
Jesus. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive. Kitsuragi in a Hawaiian shirt? Wait, which one's Kitsuragi? See, this is me not remembering all the characters. Which one's Kitsuragi? I don't know if I have... The black guy with the golden scars. Oh, yes! Yes. In episode 1? Right? Too many characters, yes. What about Diamante? I think that's their name. That's his name. Oh, is Kitsuragi his last name? Am I silly? No, that's Reinhardt. Have I met Kitsuragi? I have in a moment? No, that's who I'm talking to, obviously. Oh, the bar is Kitsuragi. Thank you. I was like, what? Huh? Glad I'm not the only one struggling. No, that's okay. That's okay, Galaxian. glad we sorted it out. But permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome.
A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest.
So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along?
I've always wondered. Do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly?
Oh god, that's so bad!
Oh, this man's an asshole. Oh, fuck. What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints?
No, because he'd do anything for the family! Oh, that's the worst! It's like an abusive family relationship. I hate it. Oh, man. That doesn't make sense. Sosuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you?
It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never really in any real danger.
Reminds me of a certain two characters in Super Danganronpa 2. Oh my god, it's been so long since Danganronpa for me. You talking about the mafia kid and his, maid? Slash lover? Yeah, cause she basically died. Well, she killed and died for him. It was very sad. Yeah. The swordswoman is just a tool. Oh, yeah. It's coming back to me now. Oof. What about your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions? He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't... Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust her conversational parameters later.
Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's gonna speak over a man under his own roof. Oh, fuck this guy. Goddamn Copper. Next, the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Oh, this guy sucks! Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor, do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now!
Guru says, oh, and Chris and Susie would show up on the beach in more masculine beach outfits, and Susie would say, where the hell are we, Chris? We keep being transported to different worlds. What is happening? I think we found the first person who doesn't like Sarah. Indeed! Great! I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But, do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. he has no sons, and the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been, well, his father. Makoto's father. Makoto's mother? Oh. Oh, right, that's Mirai. Well, what about Makoto's father, though? Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, hold on. What? I have no son. Okay. We didn't know? Oh. I got that vibe from her. Whoops. Let's hope Morgan and Phoenix Wright never meet in a crossover. Otherwise, the Maya x Sarah double team would doom us all. Fair. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married, that I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Araya Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true now, would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. Oh, shit! Okay! If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there'd be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he is accused of. No, you didn't forget or miss it, because they just told me you didn't tell us who you were. Yeah. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke, he also knows. Oh shit. He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. Oh shit! Tell me about Daisuke! Back up a minute. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known that he's known? Once again, the game never fails to surprise me. Indeed. And when did Sosuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle? I kind of saw the Sosuke reveal coming, but not Mirai in this whole new angle. Indeed. Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. Tell me about you! You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard. And driver. And poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he has to become the Hound. I must really hate guard duty. I knew someone was going to get the plot twist Stolen Sun arc, but I was thinking it wouldn't be Sosuke. Indeed. I wasn't sure. I was like, you know what? I think I was more so leaning towards the cop being the little lord. This is very fascinating. He must. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you, the old guard want to become nobility. How do they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Yeah, they wanted him to marry into the Ikaria, right? Or not the Ikaria. Well, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around, but hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. To be fair, that was Morgan's assumption. Fair. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? I'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being charged with the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Ooh. That was an unlocked thing. No connection with this incident? That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikaria, Mirei. This was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. No, it's for Mirei, it's not Makoto. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mirei Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born.
Oh? But you're saying you were... Okay. You want to go against that decision that was made for you?
But you do have a relation to Renigen. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too? You may have let Renigen go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renigen makes and the prices it charges. Renigen is best known for the patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition. And TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes? He'll need metformin for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit that Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of M. Ikaria in relation to the Renigen board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would be even less likely to succeed. Yikes. Hate you, Miss Big Pharma. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to help him even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies. New android, still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold back before Renigen? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Ikaria cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended-release pill, and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Ugh. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke.
It's getting too real, I know, Guru.
Does Renogen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever, and their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, Jesus, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address: renogen.main.financing.prescriptionfinancingoptions.outofpocket.apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site, I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you.
Don't thank me. Don't. Reveal a hidden connection. Excellent.
I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life.
Dunno how you pulled that off.
Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think.
Interesting. Talking to Sosuke!
So where should we begin?
Puppy dog eyes. They strike again, truly.
What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you.
Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives.
If you're troubled by the nature of my work as the Hound,
you're adopted.
Yes, from the Hayakawa.
That's bullshit. You know it, I know it, and people whose opinions you respect know it.
Fine. All members of military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena...
Alright, stop. Just stop.
Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record?
I don't know. Probably, right? Yes, I know what you're referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder.
If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever...
Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. There's nothing to do with me. What do you mean?
How can you...
I'm appalled, Sasuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it?
A worthy attempt, Counselor.
Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family.
Family? The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose.
They're using you.
They need me.
They've got a funny way of showing it.
I owe everything to them and nothing to the dead.
They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them.
He did that a long time ago to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers.
Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke.
Can't I? The Ikaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could.
Let's test that.
Pardon?
The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Nail. Hammer. Nail.
I'm not afraid of prison. Surprised by Morgan's insistence on this family thing.
Yeah, I think she's just trying to pull an angle that she probably doesn't believe in.
I don't know.
You ever been in one?
What? No,
They shave you.
What?
When you're convicted, they shave you for hygiene. It's not for hygiene.
You're talking about that virtual work release thing? They fit you for skull caps?
Not right away. They don't do that to people.
Is this what's gonna change his mind? Oh god.
Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror.
Oh, you thought it was like, hey, you want to go to prison? They shave your head. They shave everything.
He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, and make him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new, that's when they'd ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people.
Interesting. How could you even know any of that?
I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else guesses the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards?
That just sounds like capitalism.
Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hana Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess. Oh shit. To confess to these crimes, and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight.
That's not...
If you are at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable, though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke?
You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life, and claiming myself before the world as the son of the people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return, I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money.
Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons. And they will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Ikaria than live in luxury as a blue blood?
Gladly. Sheesh. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty.
If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes.
Right.
So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go into court tomorrow.
Galaxian says, I know Morgan says she doesn't need a reason, but I'm thinking maybe that's not true. She said something interesting in episode 1 to Sarah when talking about the Heartbreak fans out in the streets. She said a specific number of people that would be killed in a certain amount of days. What was the thing about the reason? Reason for what specifically? And I recall her talking about the fans, but I don't remember her saying a specific would be killed in a certain amount of days. That's interesting. A reason for killing? Perhaps?
Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter?
I might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity?
Maybe, if we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat or a lot.
We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow.
All I need to do is keep silent, right?
You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify?
What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Oh, interesting. Okay. Galaxian says, she said if heartbreak killed one person per day, it would end up in a certain amount, and that it coincided with a specific event. But then again, maybe she's trying to say that people would find meaning in irrelevancy. If heartbreak killed one person per day, it would end up a certain amount, and that coincided with a specific event. But then again, maybe she's trying to say that people find meaning in relevancy. Yeah. I mean, I think people think about that. Like, they'll be like, oh, it means this. So maybe. I still think we don't have all the info. She must just be doing everything possible to marry Sarah and make her a real woman. Oh my god, Guru, goddamn! So you're saying, Galaxian, like, so I'm assuming the reason for killing was... Is that what you're talking about? So... She doesn't need a reason for killing, but you're thinking maybe that's not true, because she said something interesting in episode 1 to Sarah, where she said a specific number of people that would be killed in a certain amount of days. If heartbreak killed one person per day, it would end up a certain amount, and then that it would coincide with a specific event. Then again, maybe she's trying to say that people find meaning in relevancy. Maybe she was saying these idiots on the street would find meaning in anything if they squint their eyes hard enough. Yeah, entirely possible. Sounds like we need to replay all the chapters in a marathon during Ekami Streamiversary. Yeah. I'm not saying yeah to the Streamiversary replay, but I mean, I do want to replay them. I think the latter is what I took away from that at the time, yes. I'm wondering if the number she gave was a goal, or if she was trying to give a made-up example of them being idiots. Like, if you're saying she's referencing a specific event that happened, and we don't know what that event is, I'm assuming she meant number, because I think it's pretty clear. I get the vibe that, like, if she ends up killing a certain amount of people pretty consecutively, and then people are like, oh shit, that's just like this, like, that's this number for this event that happened, like, she doesn't want that to happen, and she assumes people will just be stupid and, like, think that's the correlation, when really it was that she was just killing people, and, you know, the number didn't matter. Alright, you good taking another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Ajinai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain this decision? Because I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty? Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Ikaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? The people who've shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words... He considers the Ikaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Do they really shave everyone in prison, or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. Oof. Alright, still nighttime. Morgan's apartment, yes. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague, and you feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it all together. Sosuke Ikaria is that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge, just so, but the result wasn't satisfying. I guess we're just gonna stare at her chest for this, for this shot. I'm okay with this. Hell yeah. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, and what the Ikaria are hiding, what Emma's thinking, what I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. Bazongas! Honky chonk badonkadonks. And even after all that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards.
The game casually running Sarah when she lags. Oh no.
I want to clear my head. Or maybe empty it.
Okay. Read a book or something. Watch some TV. Or look at other things. Bake? Let's bake.
I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. And when I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer till I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it down without complaint, but she's not here now. When I was still slaving away in that witch's office, I never wanted for hungry mouths.
Witch's office, you say? We know someone codenamed Witch.
Co-workers will eat anything when you leave out, anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes.
God damn. Alright. Anything else around here I can do?
Let's watch TV.
Don't worry, says Guru. Morgan sold the mask in order to steal enough money for a gender affirmation surgery. I like that that's like the headcanon that you're like, yes, this is exactly what this is. This is exactly what's happening. I mean, I'd be open to it if that was the case, but it's funny because there hasn't been any, like, hint. Not that I know of, anyway.
Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway.
Oh my god, she leaves the TV on for Sarah? That's cute. I love that.
My homepages used to be great, tuned to a T. I get closed-circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. If the end result is my internet history looks a little... Sorry. If the end result is my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it.
Do you have proof against my toxic Yuri? That'd be the most legendary plot twist ever. Do you have proof against my toxic Yuri theory? I mean, I technically don't.
But if she ever gets me... Sorry. If she ever gets me added to mailing lists for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access.
Alright, let's try to look at this thing. Look out the window.
Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes if I let my eyes unfocus, the massive foot traffic on the streets below melds into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon. Which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell want more insects crawling around their house? This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait.
I don't know if innocent until proven guilty applies to fanfic and headcanon. Fair.
Even staring daggers into the back of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Oh man, these flashbacks! Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, you know, solve one first. I think with every flashback we're getting more of the character art. Like, I don't know if we saw their head before. I do wonder who this person is. Apparently someone who joined a club that Morgan started in school. I don't know. Ask questions, talk to people, I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive, or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Interesting. Okay. Guess I fell asleep after all. Still dark out, though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes? That's it?
Pretty sure fanfic is beyond proven guilty. Oh my god.
What the hell's going on with me today? Ugh, am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. Don't feel like going to find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement.
There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recover Dennings girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. But you just cost me 600, you little shit. Oh. She's her ex-lover that was killed because she poked her nose into a lesbian mysteries group. Federal investigations recovered Dennings girl. The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound thanks to the efforts of federal investigators spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Inc., which was at the time a marketing firm specialized in virtual advertising. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up displayed services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active-duty armed forces members. Wait, what? Virtual advertising. Oh. Okay. Serving them relevant, relatable, automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted, waiting for them on their doorstep when they got home. After making targeted ads in army equipment, that's absurd, right? I was like, wait, what? After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought that he'd finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy, while also serving as COO in an advisory role. But tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators describe as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have attacked, or worse, given in to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away, said one investigator close to the operation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves? Corwin says, I wonder if this isn't a preview for episode 3, if it will come up in some way. That would be very interesting if that's the case. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds, and then we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack on a so-called quartet formation, considered a signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squad. Anyone can read handbooks and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without so much as a shot fired, miraculously. Skills like that, unfortunately for the suspects, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search for all four suspects' properties within the hour. No, it can't be. There's gonna be beach filler episodes this game. Oh my god. Right, of course, episode 4 then. Of course. While some less dignified members of the press question the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Dennings' past work and the suspects' military backgrounds. Yeah. Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a succinct reply of no comment. Mr. Dennings' business associations have no bearing on the value of his daughter's life. Sure. Which I am glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here. Special Investigator ISA, Technical Analysis Solkov, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together they... Are you as infuriated as we are by anti-authority, outside actor, anarchists inciting anxiety on our city streets anonymously? That's a lot of A-words. Join us in our push to make all internet searches tied directly to citizens' tax return ID. What? Sign up below and we'll direct you on how to help. Oh, God. How's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing out Mireille for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. Who knocked on my door? That woman was like a black cat. Charming, but... Oh, hang on. That knock doesn't sound like Mireille. Hi, what's up? Boy? That voice almost sounds like...
Pen up already, you shit.
Who's that? I better check the door cam. Oh, Raze! Hey, Raze! Detective, is that you?
Open up.
Pardon?
I said open up. Oh no, Raze is drunk.
Hang on, are you...
Oh, pretend you can't hear me, you little creep cave, you little creep.
Detective Raze, are you...
Drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh, I can just wave my badge. Hello to the door cam.
And my door unlocks like that? That cannot be legal.
Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model of door is it? Oh yeah, for this model of door in this city, zoning is illegal for me to unlock your door like that.
Guess Han had a point. Using mixed spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And since you just invited me in... Oh, she smashed. I did not. Here I am, about a book. What's happening right now? I just see it all the way up there. Who'd you kill to get a place this huge?
What did you even do with extra space? Hanging from the rafters like a bat? Echo! Echo! Echo!
Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... Does anyone even know you're here?
Well, let me check. Detective Raze, badge number 10806. Reporting on all channels. Well, now they all know. Self-assignment, protective surveillance of suspected criminal target. Threat assessed as medium to low. Target capabilities, not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from... What's your address?
Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Raze.
Reporting in from address withheld. Any copies?
Raze would be in too small of a bikini that matches her eye patch, and she's incredibly embarrassed, but too proud to show it. Damn, Raze didn't even know how close she came to dying. I know, right? She's like, wait, does anyone know you're here? Well, now they do. Fuck. Copy. But they're, oh no, there's someone on the line. Copy. Copy. Cam saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your bio monitor. We got you 10806. Have a quiet night. Are you finished?
Hey, where's the snowball?
What? She waves her hands in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped.
Snowball, pork you ball, match your ball.
Sarah's doing her job.
Likely story. Probably make her sleep in a coffin in the parking garage.
Going off of David's setup, she might have been more comfortable if I did.
Is this booze?
That's water.
Yuck, God.
Can I do something for you this evening, Detective? Or did you just come here to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over?
I came here because I'm drunk, and I'm drunk because you're in danger. Not the other way around. I drank because I was pissed, and because everyone else told me to go home. Even though she shot a guy only a few hours ago, I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. So I came here to catch the bad guy. Because you're defending that cop killer.
Uh-huh.
There's also an orca killer, a whale cop killer. Killer whale cop. Every goddamn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're a stinky lawyer.
Thanks.
And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers.
Thanks.
So I guess I'll just park myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after you.
Hey, at least Morgan's not bored anymore. This is true. This is very true.
And lock him up and throw away the key. If I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it.
This is so good. You could have just stopped talking.
I can stop talking easy. Do you really not have anything to drink?
I'm not sure I want to drink with you, Detective.
Who invited you? You're the host. Do whatever, but I am gonna do what I gotta do. And where the hell's the screw top?
If I have to host a drunk Detective Raze for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I needn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober.
I'll get a bottle opener, Detective. Oh shit! I said I'll get it.
Oh god. Oh, Raze.
no. I want to see them drunk together. I drunk better when I dry. This is Galaxy. Wait. This is the best part of the vid, where he breaks down the horsepower. For years, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement, where the engines would have horsepower capped at 270 or so, to avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with such a huge street racing scene. Right. But the crazy part, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower, and they just listed the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine, with the same goddamn torque rating in 2 different countries. They were saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. I'll die without even knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scare me for a second, jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin something for me I never had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. There's no difference between gas and gasoline. So, you knew Chopin? So you knew Chopin? God. We dated, okay? Oh. Okay. Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once. Which is not a lot. Duh, I know. It was such a shitty date. Wore his uniform like I was supposed to salute. God, was he cheap. I said, what'd you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. Can't always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. How many decades older was Chopin? Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but the airhead part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? Guess even you could tell a joke. Worst date ever been on? Oh, shit! Waitress looked like she was gonna stab him. Oh my god, I thought she was gonna be like, worst date I ever went on. I dated Emma. I was like, wait, what? Oh, that would have been dope. But anyway. I think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did. Then he has the balls to tip 10%. That is bad. Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip. Well, yeah, still. Do you even have a dating profile? Or you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit looking for other creatures of the night? We could have used another confirmed lesbian. We could have. I don't have a dating profile. Yeah, that I feel like that more so confirms that she's asexual. Maybe aromantic too. You met Chopin through an app? Or bisexual, yeah. Yeah, a dating app for cops. There's a dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Oh my god. Why is it called just for all if it's just for cops? It's a... Oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. Oh, sorry. That was not raised. Play our words for justice for all. Cop catchphrase. Say it all the time. We catch people. And Kuru says, I don't have a dating profile because I'm going to be with Sarah, and I'm a serial killer. Galaxian. I think of the devil channels that subdued shipping... Sorry. I think of the devil channels that subdued shipping feel Ace Attorney had. It doesn't confirm anything. It lets the players use their imagination. Justice for all. Ace Attorney reference get. Oh, true. Justice for all. Haha. I get it. Yeah, like, we do have some confirmed characters who are queer, which is super cool. But yeah. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. I don't think there's an app for me. Hang on, let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Wow, she is sassy drunk.
Apps suck anyway. This one I matched, she was terrible. Her teeth. Oh shit! She is bi! Hell yeah! She was trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. Think it was her first kiss. You remember your first? I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with firsts. She is definitely bi. That's cool. The hell's that mean? Don't worry about it. I have never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. Wanted to slap the guy's dumb face at the end of that date. And I didn't even recognize him. When Lon and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor blood, just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over, had to preserve the scene. Had to leave him there. Oh, sorry. Sorry? I'm not sorry, I'm angry. You seem to get angry a lot. You've been to anger management? You know what that's about? Managing anger? Keeping calm, not letting your emotions control you. I'm great at all that. If you say so. I do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint of calm I stay. I'm just too small. A little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it'll ever drain. If I was big, I'd trample this whole city down. Long before my anger's gone. Didn't even seem like people from the hall. Just two people-shaped things, face down in blood. Sosuke and Chopin? They were both face down? What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Sosuke on the ground. Rogers, what a klutz. Guy couldn't cuff a cow. A cow? I don't know, something that'd cuff easily. A dress shirt. Oh, what do you want? A round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest, wordsmith. Just shut up.
This whole conversation has been fantastic. And hey, we got a little bit more on Reisa's character. That's cool. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. What? Matsu? Hello? Oh my gosh, it must be early for you, Matsu.
EK Amy Hyped Cat Ekami Tumble of Ekami Cuddles.
Aw, that's so nice. Thank you so much for the sub. How are you, my friend? So Rogers was lying about how he arrested Sosuke. Yeah, if he apparently couldn't cuff anybody. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I could sleep on my couch. I could sleep in my chair if I had to. Good day, all. Indeed. I can't remember. What did Rogers say? I'm pretty sure... Oh, well, so there was someone said that Rogers apparently, like, basically cold-clocked Sosuke in the head. Basically knocked him out and then cuffed him. I can't fall asleep in any position, actually. That's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card. Downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. And the last time I cried... Screw this. Introspection's a scam. Oh, we gotta get into that, Morgan. You gotta deal with some feelings, girly. How are you doing, Matsu? I'm not nearly so flushed that I can afford to waste time on it. Oh my god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or whatever or whoever's lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're gonna be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 members. I'm gonna be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You sure everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic? Jeez. Look, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you'll need to get better at reading fine print. See? You need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours.
It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Weird. You are sick? Oh no! The owl named Matsu is not happy to be up early, but alas, it doesn't work soon. Also, I am sick and tired of— oh no, you're sick and tired of the snow, sorry. I was like, oh no, are you sick? I wasn't reading chat very closely. I do hope your day goes well anyways, yes. Alright, are we, I think we're getting ready for the trial then. Looks like it. Okay. I gotta go to bed. I was like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just, whatever. I'll just go till 10:30, and then I'm like, oh shit, I need to find out what's going on in this game. This game always does this to me. I'm like, I'm gonna stream for 3 hours, then I stream for 4 hours. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, my friend. I am a little sleepy though. I'm so sorry to end just when you've come in though, Matsu, but I do have to get up in less than 8 hours because I have a workout. You get your sleep. I will also get this save. Save my game. Great. Great. We will play more next week as we do the little preamble for the trial and get back to the trial. I am also ready for bed. Big mood. Let's see who is live. Maybe we can do a little raid. Who do be live? Anybody I know? Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. There's a lot of people live right now. Oh, shit! Luca's playing Tomodachi Life? Let's go raid Luca. Wait, is it Luca Jen on Twitch? Oops. No, it's just Luca. Wow. What an excellent, What great luck to just get the name Luca. Oh, thank you very much, Matsu. Thanks for coming in. I'm sorry you're up early, but I hope you get some good rest today. Happy to poke my head in. I appreciate that. Can't believe you make me wait another week. Rude. I'm sorry. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. I'll bring it to a stream ended. We're gonna go raid Luca, who's playing some Tomodachi Life. We love Luca. Luca's cool. I watch a lot of her Let's Plays on YouTube, and I've actually met her once at a convention years ago. She's very cool. Very, very cool. Also Canadian. Or at least she lives in Canada. I don't know. I don't actually remember if she's born American, but I know she lives in Canada. Bye-bye. Thanks for hanging out, Galaxy, and I appreciate you coming in. Alright, we're gonna go raid. Have a rad rest of your week ahead, my friends. And have a good sleep. Have a good afternoon. Have a good morning. Goodbye.